Hello. It's been a billion years and I barely remember anything that's happening in the story. But Sucro's here. That's pretty good. Hello. Today we're going to unlock the Occult Crescent so I can actually do that in my free time mostly. And also actually do 7.3. Not all of it, probably, but we're gonna start it. So, yeah. Hello, Sucro. My search info has been updated. Thank you for petting Calico. Sucro is finally back. Hi, Sucro. So yeah, I probably don't really remember anything about what's happening in the story. Also, Sucro has a different outfit and she's a summoner at the moment, which is what I will be going forward with, I suppose. Hooray. I gotta get used to streaming again. I feel like I say this every time I stream because of how infrequently it manages to occur. But it is always true. Hopefully it will become more frequent. Hopefully... I think the quest is over here. Hopefully audio is balanced fine. Hopefully everything's working. Yep, this is the Occult Crescent one. Audio is quite good. Well, that's good. You're Sucro, aren't you? Just the woman I was after, as it happens. Old Kettenram tasked me with finding you. Says he's got a proposition for you. Stay right there, I'll go fetch him. Been a long time since I talked to this guy. Apologies for collaring you like this, but I was hoping we could parley before you took leave of Tuliolo. Questioning head tilt? I'll cut right to the chase. I want you on board for me final expedition. Before I get into the particulars, allow me to spin a quick yarn. Nod. These days, any Eorzean sailor worth their salt bound for Tyrol will take the established route and skirt the southern Indigo Deep. But back when maps of the realm were nothing but blank parchment past Vilbrand, all we had was the allure of the horizon to guide us. Most of me fellow explorers weighed anchor and cut a course due west, heading straight for adventure. Alas, most were lost to the waves. Me crew and I reached Tyrol on account of us ranging northward and avoiding the same treacherous waters that claimed them. Uh-huh. That stretch of the deep came to be known as Shade's Triangle. I had a notion to solve its mysteries on behalf of me fallen comrades. But after arriving on these shores, it was the land, not the sea, that promised adventures anew. Once I'd settled here and disbanded the expedition, I never did get the opportunity. But then I crossed paths with a certain realm-renowned adventurer and began to wonder. Aye, something told me that with your help I'd finally shed light on the mystery of those accursed waters. So how about it? Will you join this old explorer on one final jaunt? Sure, I guess. That seems like a reasonable, reason to go exploring the Death Zone for sure. Knew I could count on you. Truth be told, even before Galul Jaja asked me to watch over Kona and Wuklamat, I feared I'd never sail again. Any road, I sensed the pair were wise to me worrying, so I laid it all bare. And you say the mystery of Shade's Triangle has haunted you since? The region of which you speak is an impediment to trade with foreign nations. Any effort to unravel its secrets would ultimately benefit Tuliolo. Sounds like it might be the last chance you get, especially if you're hoping to get Sucro involved. Besides, Papa would turn in his grave if we barred his old friend from one final voyage. I say follow your heart, Conqua. Everyone is so supportive of the old man. Hooray. Smile and nod. I'm sure you'll be wanting more details, but I'd like to set sail sooner rather than later. Let's reconvene once we put a few mulms between us and the harbor. The ship is ready and waiting. I had her sent over from Limsa especially. When you're ready, speak with Ovengeim over on the pier. You got it. I will do that. It'll be funny when Evercold releases. By the way, that got announced since the last time I streamed this. Demi-Atmos, huh? Hello, welcome. It'll be funny when Evercold releases and we don't get jumped by this song every time it's daytime in the hub city. Ovengeim is pretty cool. Once you're ready, I'll row us out to the vessel in this here skiff. Sucro, I presume. Kettenram told me all about you. The name's Ovengeim, navigator by trade. They say Shade's Triangle is racked with storms year-round, but a closer look at the charts will tell you that ain't strictly true. For a brief season, the sky's clear and the sea's calm, hence why the old explorer's eager to weigh anchor. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're wary of clambering onto this little rowboat. We're not rowing all the way to Shade's Triangle. Our vessel's waiting out beyond the shallows. Any road, when you're good and prepared to leave, just say the word. The word. Ready to plot a course for waters unknown, are you? Yup. Don't know whether to respect your mettle or question your sanity, but welcome aboard. Shade's Triangle, here we come. Oh, I forgot to remove that from the screen. Oopsie. Look, it's the same boat that there always is. They've got one boat. It's a good boat, mind you, but it's the same boat that there always is. Plain sailing thus far. Might be time to talk about our destination. Shade's Triangle is a churning mess of storms, so every time a vessel goes missing in the region, most blame the treacherous conditions. But hear this, there are records of the last ships seeking to chart those waters, and the message they relayed to their escort is passing strange. Conditions fair, crescent-shaped isle sighted in vicinity, potential safe haven during storms, attempting to make landfall. Hello, welcome. They never made it back to port despite the calm seas. Folks have taken to calling the island the Occult Crescent ever since. They say it's not but a shifting mirage that claims the lives of all who sight it. Mirage Village is... I guess it's nearby, but it's a little bit different. I think that's an area in the Occult Crescent anyway, though. Everyone on board knows the risks involved in a voyage like this, but there ain't nothing like the thrill of the unknown to trump good sense. This dude is counting the mast or something. Counting every part of the ship to make sure there's the right number. What are you doing? Aye, the whiff of mystery and the promise of new discovery is hard to resist. Am I right in thinking the same applies to you, adventurer? I heard there were relic weapons or something. Anyway, I need somewhere to spin my tomestones of mathematics. Anyhow, why don't you get acquainted with the rest of the crew? I'll be here checking the charts. Once you got the measure of the folks risking their hides along with you, come and find me. Righto. I guess these people will be relevant later. My grandfather once sailed with Kettenrem. He was right there with him when they first made landfall on Tyrol. But it wasn't Tyrol they were aiming for. They'd left Eorzea westward, bound for Hingashi. They didn't count on a great big continent lying between them and their destination. Once they were ashore, they soon forgot all about the Far East. Eventually, my grandfather settled, and here I am 3 generations later. By all accounts, journeying with Kettenrem is life-changing. I mean that in the best possible sense, of course. Alright. This isn't some foolhardy treasure hunt. No, solving the Isle's secrets will be worth more than any glittering trinkets. And if we can open up safe passage to the island, there's potential to establish a permanent landing. Just imagine the boon to foreign trade that would bring. All of which is to say, there's more at stake here than lining our pockets. Okay. I don't know, it sounds like you're talking about lining your pockets to me. Mostly. There's no telling what awaits us on the island, which is why we've enlisted the help of experts and artisans to supplement our crew. There's one fellow we're all wishing we'd steered clear of, though. After we left port, I caught the crazed fool trying to launch one of the lifeboats. We managed to lock him in the hold, but the withdrawal set about drinking all the rum in sight. In the end, we tied him up and stuffed him in one of the barrels he'd drained dry. What? Oh boy. Oh wait, no, that's obvious. I know who that is. I had to think about it for 1 second. Oh, that was leaving. I thought that was going into the hold. I'm good at reading comprehension. There's some guy over here I missed. This ain't me first trip to the waters. To these waters, I've sailed close to Shade's Triangle to survey the weather many a time. Only on the clearest days, when the sea's flat as glass, do you get a glimpse of the isle. It looks unremarkable from a distance, but that's exactly what the poor bastards who went missing must have thought. Never did pluck up the courage to take a closer peek, curious as I was. But when I heard Kettenrem was leading an expedition into the heart of the Triangle, I signed right up. Don't get me wrong, I've still got me reservations, but when I think of whatever's waiting for us in those waters, it's the excitement that wins out. Hooray. Time to get shipwrecked, probably, despite what that guy said about the conditions. Looks like you had a good chat with the crew. That's the thing with seafaring, a close-knit crew is indispensable out in the open sea. I know there's talk about me feats and reaching Tyrol, but in truth I couldn't have done it without me fellow explorers. Wherever the winds might take us, I consider it me duty to get us all there and back in one piece. Nod. Right, we'll be entering Shade's Triangle any moment now. Look sharp. I don't actually know how involved unlocking this is, but I guess I'm about to get to the place, and then like there's quests as you go along, and there's also the relic weapon quest line, I suppose. Land ho! I don't know. Yep, that's land. Hold steady, we sail straight for her. Aye aye. Mouse cursor. Wee. Okay. Bird. Same to you, bird. I put staring instead of starting. Great. Well, I guess I'm washed because I have to uninstall Twitch.television forever. Stream manager. Guest starring would have 2 R's. I do have a prominent eye, and that would have been funny, but I did just correct it. Huh? Where's that blasted island? We just had it in our sights. Oh, I know this one. It's quantum bullshit. Land spotted off the starboard stem. Oops. No. I almost skipped the cutscene. We're being pranked on the ocean. What? Don't tell me we careened right past it. Get this Hulk turned around. Imagining that this cutscene just goes on for 30 minutes. And this just keeps repeating. Sucre, you have to keep looking at it. It has to be observed at all times. Everyone just keep looking at it. Stop, like, looking around. Lost sight of the damned thing again. Shifted mirage was right on the money. If the isle itself was moving, the waves would be surging right over the bulwark. This is no natural phenomenon. Something's messing with our perception. Sucro's awesome power. Ye deserve it. Heed my call. Heed, but I'm not sure I follow. That seems like a Sucro response. Is that just a new type flash? I wouldn't know. Who are you talking to? My brain. A strange voice, you say? I didn't hear a thing. What in the... I've lost control of the rudders. It's like something's reeling us in. Gods. Hello, welcome. That's true. A cat was detected by the island and by you. It couldn't be the island, could it? The island is pressed skip cutscene, so we hurry up and get there already. Yep. How's the hull looking? No obvious damage, but the ship's stuck fast, almost as if we've dropped anchor. Perfectly docked and without a single scratch. There ain't a helmsman alive who could have managed that. I fear she'll end up like that if we try and shift her. I reckon we were brought here by some sort of arcane trickery. Trapped too, most likely. Magicked right to our destination. Quite the stroke of luck, if you ask me. Smirk. Well, there's nothing for it but to get this expedition underway. Thinking in the back of my mind how the framing of all of these shots hits different if you're a Lalafell. Because Sucro already looked really small in that shot, but what if she was like a third of her height? There would just be a giant empty space on the right side of the shot of the camera. With the ship pinned in place, there's not much we can do except take a look around. The voice you heard on the ship, I'm starting to wonder whether that wasn't some kind of summons. I'm glad to have you with us regardless. As for the isle itself, I'd assumed it was uninhabited. Certainly wasn't expecting to come across this... Stares directly into the camera. Phantom Village. Like as not, there's some sort of ward encompassing the island to keep us here. That said, there's a chance ethereal currents could circumvent the ward, assuming you tap into one. Might be worth a try if adventure calls you elsewhere. Any road, as much as I'd like to gather the crew and get stuck right in, we'd better secure the perimeter first. I thought I'd give you a journal to jot down your findings along the way. Yeah, it is funny that they just mention you can teleport. Figure there's more than a few folks out there who'd appreciate a record of your exploits here. Fill those pages and give them something to sink their teeth into. If you wish to return at any point, interact with the ethereal current. Yeah. Uh-huh. Prominent terms and characters will be added. Like this guy. But not anyone else, only him? What about Alfengeim? She's cool. Something about when you page away that him just like falling out of frame is a little sad. It's like, oh. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Yeah, it does, it's basically the Bosnia field record. Makes sense. Also interesting, I think. I can show it with this book that I have on me right now. I feel like there's a couple visual design similarities between the Neo Kingdom Index and Codex and the Occult record, which is fun. Not exactly the same, but it's a similar vibe. You got like the blue feather here and the blue glowing plant here. You got like pockets and stuff sewn into it with little odds and ends. Yeah. I guess that is the ethereal current. A fortune. Wait. Oh. Well,
if you're green, you can't run away.
Well, guess I won't be leaving the Occult Crescent then. I think Kalika's cast animation was still blue. I think I messed something up there. Well. Ah well. It means your fate is strange, I think. I'm green now. Wait. Oh, you're talking about field records. I thought you were saying there were duels here in a second, but you, okay. I misread what you said a little bit. Odd, not a single soul about. No use pondering, though. We'd better take a look around while Offenheim stands guard. As long as the ship's safe, so are all the provisions on board, and that means one less worry while we're getting our bearings. Hell yeah. Let me know if you find anything of interest. Nod. I should mention that I think the way I will be handling the Occult Crescent is, well, I'll get to the point where, like, I unlock the ability to run around and do stuff here that I don't need to show on stream. And then I'll, like, do check-ins of the next story steps or whatever at the start of streams for a while, like I did with the Endwalker Alliance, or Allied Society quests. And all the relic weapon stuff I'll probably just do off camera. Likely carved by skilled hands, this ether-infused stone exudes a faint glow. It is unclear whether the stone emits light naturally, or if some internal mechanism is causing the illumination. Yeah, like that, basically. Game Boy filter does make the chat slightly less readable on screen. I think it's still readable enough, though. Or you could just do that. That's fine, too. Calico's chaos frame has shifted. The foliage choking the building and the overall state of decay suggest it's been abandoned for some time, left to the mercy of the elements. They say decay, but this feels pretty solid to me, aside from the tasteful decoration of nature. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what decay means. Seems like a delightful place, honestly. Zuko cannot use her motorcycle. By the way, one thing with all the new stream UI and stuff is that I used to have like hourly little announcements or whatever that popped up in the chat and were like, go to my URL, please, or whatever. Those are mostly just on-screen pop-ups now, but I'm not 100% sure if they work because they're on timers. So if you see a little thing in the corner that's like, go to my website, please let me know that it's working because I'll probably miss it. Calico should still be able to have a chance at rebellion, but she hasn't yet. Oh, the chat is still green too. Okay, there's some errors going on. Let's see. Yeah, the duels sound rough for sure. Okay, so tech support time. I need to add some things to remove anomalies. This is a consequence of me shuffling around how everything is structured. Yeah, I have the old chat bubbles source get its green removed, and that doesn't exist anymore. So this needs to get its green removed. Bonk. And then also, I don't think I didn't include Calico casting getting her blue removed. So let's see. Cali casts. No, that's not the right one. I'm very bad at organizing. I have Cali cast and Cali cast animation as two separate sources. Okay, blue off. Donk. Save. Calico has been updated. I don't remember if I've ever actually gotten into an Occult Crescent duel, but if I did, I absolutely fumbled it and died and ate dirt. And it wasn't even good dirt. It wasn't even grade 3 topsoil. Yeah, I meant Abazia duel. Yeah. The Phantom Village has been added to the Occult record. Maybe we actually, like, take a look and read a book. Perched on the eastern tip of the Occult Crescent, this compact settlement is deathly silent, save for the gentle sluicing of the plaza fountain. Sluice is a verb? Huh. I didn't know that, I don't think. Though its stone structures are weathered and overgrown, the orderly state of the town implies a degree of active preservation by some unknown hand. In the harbor, the forlorn wrecks of outbound ships are a testament to the fearsome reputation Shades Triangle commands. Wow. Some kind of ship graveyard, perhaps. 2 shipwrecks are visible in the eerily still bay, no doubt once crewed by brave sailors seeking the inner reaches of Shades Triangle. Judging from their orientation, the vessels must have sunk while attempting to leave the island. There's no telling whether the souls on board were also lost to the waves. You finish investigating the area. It does look very still, that's true. Does it not? I'm not sure. I guess it doesn't. That is not... I feel like it did, actually. There's definitely like a pop out the player button. I know this because it used to be a great way to avoid advertisements. Because it would appear as like a little preview and you could pop out the preview and watch it in worse quality while the ads went on. They removed the ability to do that. Oh, did they remove the pop-out player entirely? Oh, okay. They didn't, but you can't put it always on top. Huh. Fascinating. Don't you love the slow advance of technology into hell? Directly into the pit? I'm guessing you're no closer to solving the Isle's mysteries either. Looking at these structures, I'd say this settlement's ancient. The original inhabitants may be long gone, but I was half hoping to find a few survivors from the wrecks at the very least. Anyhow, this building in particular took me interest. I managed to force the lock. I don't want you to think I make a habit of breaking locks in general skullduggery. Other than when strictly necessary, of course. Let's take a look inside, shall we? And then we open the door and there's 500 Loporrits just staring at us inexplicably. No, but there are candles lit, and lamps burning, and a coffin. Also, yeah, Pirate from Pirate Town is like exactly the kind of person I would expect to pick a lock. This looks like the apartment my old character had. Which was just a coffin surrounded by candles and like bookshelves and stuff. Sarcophagus, do you reckon? I wouldn't get too close if I were you. I sense arcane trickery afoot. These candles aren't being kept alight by natural means, that's for damn sure. That's a Palace of the Dead trap. You just stepped on like a... I think that's the explode trap even. I don't remember which one that is. But that's literally one of the deep dungeon trap graphics, I think. I think that's a landmine. I want to say that's a landmine, anyway. Just as I thought, experience tells me a word like this will have us jumping through hoops to dispel it. I've done a jumping puzzle now and then. I can do that. Oh. It's Gundam. Only ye deserved may lay claim. Tsukro, push the button. Let me see what I can do. Well, I didn't have to do much, I guess. Not sure which is the more confounded mystery, your magic touch or this godforsaken rock we're standing on. Tsukro smile. Tonberry. I think I knew there was a Tonberry here already. Yeah. A Tonberry? And also, I already knew that this Tonberry was wearing the omniscient robe. I saw someone talk about this at some point. Ah, the worst guy in Final Fantasy V 4-job fiestas here. In certain versions of the game, anyway. Ah, thoroughly refreshed and raring to go. I heard someone comment on it at some point. Now, I definitely have an image of omniscience somewhere. Yep. It's not like 1-to-1, but it's pretty damn close. Especially like the patterning on the robe. It's pretty damn close. Also, I guess this pose is kind of close, but the arms are in the wrong direction. Quite funny. And who might you two be? Wasn't expecting the common tongue. You take me for some benighted fool? But perhaps a valid supposition given my current form. You stand before the archive, the very definition of erudition. Now hurry up and introduce yourselves. I'm a can. Her classic line finally returns. Oh, Sucro, is it? Those keen, searching eyes of yours. Clearly you have an inquisitive mind like no other. Save my own, that is. I'm Ketenram, an explorer hailing from Limsa Lominsa. We're here on an expedition backed by the nation of Tuliolo. Limsalo, what now? Tuliolo? I'm changing this guy's accent every text box. I visited each of the 12 city-states and learned all there is to know about their peoples and cultures. But those names ring unfamiliar. To think a whole nation would elude me. Tell me, when exactly was this Tuliolo founded? I vaguely remember mention of 12 city-states existing in the past at some point. Lore discussion ongoing with the archive. The 7th astral era? I moved to the island to avoid spreading the affliction that left me, as you see, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. If memory serves, such a plague swept the realm at the end of the 5th astral era. But that'd mean you'd been asleep for more than 1,500 years. That would explain why I feel so well rested. Now that I'm awake, I should very much like to see what's become of the Isle. Yeah, and I figured it was the encyclopedia. That makes sense. I certainly don't recall the memorial fountain being so begrimed with algae. Perhaps you do speak the truth. And this strange ether I sense pervading the island, could it be a ward of sorts? The noggin's still foggy after that eon's long slumber. There was a time when I knew all kinds of things. The name of every battle, the weight of all the riches in the world to the ons. I almost said witches. I was a wise old man, a gushing font of knowledge. Almost omniscient, you could say. Say, I could be a real boon for your expedition once I get up to speed. I shall join you on your endeavors. Maybe you'll start to remember stuff. Yeah, I could tell you exactly what did and did not count as magic. Seeing as there's nothing in this settlement out to kill us, I think it's time we get the crew ashore and earn their keep. I'll be right back. Hopefully we can learn more about the Isle from our newfound co-conspirator. Nod. Always glad to see more friendly Tonberries. Great little guy, a Tonberry is. There he is. Imagine there's not much to learn about him that we don't know already. Perhaps we will learn more. Scholar Fairy. Makes sense for a Tonberry. Eos mentioned. Nod. Would you care to elaborate on what brought you here? And so she did. So this isle lies in the heart of Shade's Triangle, and many a ship has gone missing in these waters. You mentioned the wrecks out in the bay. It's not unreasonable to think some of those sailors would have made it ashore. Why did no one try to wake me? Well, there's this weird voice. It told me I could open the coffin. You mean to imply that someone summoned you here? Clearly it wasn't me. I've been sound asleep for the last few millennia, give or take. What a tantalizing conundrum! We simply must get to the bottom of this. Well, if it wasn't omniscient, it must have been Minotaur. Or, you know, Eos, I guess. Is it knowledge you seek? What manner of creature is this? A familiar, methinks. Looks like the fairies employed by the Nemean scholars of Eld. Was it you who summoned her? Me? Preposterous. I would have summoned something more statuesque. How rude. My name is Iris, and I certainly wasn't called forth by a wizened little wretch like you. Okay, the fairy has attitude. We're developing quite the cast of characters for this content. Wizened? You mean wise, you petulant little whelp? Honestly, who would ever summon a companion so lacking in manners? I know exactly what I meant, and you, sir, are lacking in wisdom. You are an intelligence build, wisdom is your dump stat. Obviously, a seal has been placed upon your worldly knowledge, thus preventing its use. You can only speak of that which the lithe individual over here has seen and learned firsthand. Is that so? Well, that explains why I can't muster the faintest mote of magic. I tried to heal myself earlier to no avail. Centuries of sleep on that cold stone slab really took its toll on my lower back. Enough of you and your aching bones. Iris, where's your master? Let me try a different tack. Why were you summoned here? I don't know. Ha! Looks like someone else has had their knowledge sealed away. If I'm wizened and lacking wisdom, then you're not but an unfamiliar. Ahem. I'll tell you one thing. That fairy was steeped in the same ether permeating the island. As I surmise, there's a strange ward covering the island in its entirety. No doubt those ships in the bay were caught in its pull. Well, the wards can't just cast themselves, meaning someone's responsible for those poor souls who perished in Shade's Triangle. Methinks our focus ought to be finding out what we can do about this individual. Let's not forget that strange voice you keep hearing. For all we know, it could be connected in some way. Nod. Right, let's go speak with Jeffroy over yonder. He ought to have word on progress at the base camp. Jeff. I didn't know there was a Jeff here. Turns out this does take a fair bit of time to start back up. There's also a cat. Did I say start back up? I just meant start up. Jeff's awesome theme tune. You'll be pleased to hear that preparations are well underway. I sent the advance party to scout ahead while the ship's being unloaded. They've already found an ideal spot to stage forays into the island's southern reaches and are setting up camp as we speak. When you're ready to head out, just say the word. Once you're out in the field, you'll have to speak with Kettenrem and decide how to proceed. The support crew will be stationed here in town. Be sure to avail yourself of their services if you're in need. And if you're after a weaponsmith, word is we hired a truly remarkable craftsman for the expedition. Judging by his reputation, he'll soon have your weapons honed to deadly perfection. Pointing. Smithy will be set up over yonder. Do drop by if you're interested. Well, that's all from me. Give me a shout when you're ready to make for the encampment. So, as a recap of my plans here. Okay, Southhorn now accessible. Yeah. I don't know how much of this exactly I can do off stream. Like, do I need to go there and talk to people a little bit more? And also, I assume if I don't want to show the relic questline stuff on camera, I can just like do that whenever, and that's mostly separate. Maybe. I understand what I must do, I say, lying. They also don't even explain the phantom jobs to you yet. Oh hey, here's the Final Fantasy V music. Delightful. And this bit over here, I imagine I can just handle separately on my own. If we're not showing the relic weapon quests. Just seeking confirmation of that. Take it before going in. Alright, alright. That rum-addled reprobate wouldn't be surprised if we found him floating in the sea. Yeah, that's fair. Well, have need of the smithy, do you? I'm afraid we ain't up and running yet. Truth be told, the weaponsmith we hired bolted before he could finish setting up shop. I guess I could show parts of this on camera, too. A master of his craft by all accounts, but he's been nothing but trouble since he set foot on the ship. Kept trying to escape, so we threw him in the hold. Our woes didn't end there, though. He drank most of the booze we brought along for the expedition. I tell you, the bugger was half pickled by the time we hauled him out. And he rode the bastard's now gone and disappeared. That guy sounds pretty familiar. Either you're already acquainted with the scoundrel, or he owes you some to more cantankerous weaponsmiths than I'd thought. Needless to say, there aren't many folks willing to sail for Shades Triangle. While we were scratching around trying to find someone, a certain enterprising woman put us in touch. They say there ain't a finer weaponsmith alive today, but he drinks like a sailor on shore leave and is up to his neck in debt. He signed up for the expedition to settle his dues. Shrug. Any road he can't have gotten far. It's not like there's any way off this rock. If he's half as good as they say, I reckon it'll be a boon for your adventuring. Keep your eyes peeled. You run into a shirtless, rum-soaked good-for-nothing by the name of Geralt, tell him to come and see me. the shrug and the sigh. Yeah, it do be like that, Sucro. This song is delightful though. Well, that was easy. Not a drop of rum to be had in this bloody ghost town. There was no mention of Shade's Triangle when I signed the goddamn contract. Talk about bloody false pretenses. More fool me for trusting that wily header than eh? Howdy. Huh? Who the hell's it? Oh, bugger me. Can't I do one bleeding job without you showing your ugly mug? That said, there's never a dull moment when us two team up. How about we finish the job sharpest and get off this desolate rock, eh? Can't believe anyone would call Sucro ugly. That's so sad. I'm sad now. Behold my sadness. Just kidding, it's fine. Geralt moment. True. Place is pretty spacious as far as ghost towns go. By the time I'd finished wondering about the rum had worn off. He must have had a hard time coaxing him back. Apologies for all the trouble. Right, with the smithy up and running, it's high time you started earning your keep. Listen here, do you really think I'm gonna sully me hammer and tongs knocking out work any village smith without a brain cell could handle? I said half a brain cell, you said half a brain. Never mind, I can read good. God damn it. No, nothing less than nigh impossible feats of genius stoke me fire these days. Says the impudent sot who drank the old dry, racking up more debt in the process. You're hardly in a position to dictate terms. It does seem daft to fork over eye water in sums to hire Eorzea's finest weaponsmith only to have him forging plain old swords and shields. Any ideas, adventurer? Yeah, he probably has his own ideas already. He's always coming up with shit. You figure it out. Juice update. Interesting. He does, as a matter of fact, devising a new means of refining weapons and armor. Couldn't help but notice all the ether permeating the place. Reckon I'll tap into that somehow. Of course, I'll need raw materials. Some magic warped ore from the Isle should do just the trick. If it's ores you're after, all surveyors will be conducting a preliminary excavation. Is that all you need to start? Hardly. If that were the case, any old fool could do the job. Magical properties can be fleeting and elusive. Without a means to properly harness the ether, there's every chance the ore degrade in the process. So you'll require something else besides raw materials. Any inkling as to what that might be? Sometimes a foul beastie in the throes of death will leave behind a crystallized chunk of their life essence. I've used this stuff in the past, and while it ain't exactly common, I'll wager you'll find it on this bastard rock. Not that it's unique to the island, mind. I'm sure you'll find it elsewhere too. Does this mysterious crystal have a name? Indeed it does. Demi-Atma. It is kind of funny how they make the characters, like, react to this bullshit. Like, they know what's happening. Sucro has done this before. Aw, man. Not again. Thanks for providing the spark our weaponsmith needed. Looks like he's committing to fulfilling his contractual duties at the very least. Say, how'd you feel about handling the fiend-felling part of the gambit? While you're out acquiring Demi-Atma, I'll see how amenable Geralt is to helping around the smithy. I reckon that's a reasonable division of labor. All right. I think that's just regular Atma, Samantha. Demi-Atma can be obtained when fates and critical encounters in the Occult Crescent South Horn. Can also be obtained from fates in other regions. These regions are the Dawn Trail ones. Well, alrighty then. Anyway. Yeah, sounds right. Well, hold on a second. Do they tell me how many of them I need? Six kinds, 3 of each. Okay. I've gotten relics from... I've got a Realm Reborn relic. I've got more than one animal weapon. This grind is... sounds reasonable to me. Like... And by reasonable, I mean normal and, like, expected. Not too bad. Something I can do, I think. Bubble. Pyramid. This is a good song. Sastasha theme? Hey, what the heck is this? Oh, is this Scala? You'd be hard-pressed to find a better location to stage an expedition than this, and to think we'd even find something akin to an aetheryte. Well, I know I knew it was a motif, I just didn't pick the correct one. With any luck, there'll be a few more dotted around the isle to avail ourselves of. I wonder what it says about me that when I fail to read a text box correctly, I sometimes turn into a Banjo-Kazooie character for a moment. Make sure you're tuned with this one before leaving camp. Speaking of leaving, our advance parties scoured the area and brought back a few bits and bobs of interest. The archive was appraising the cache, but he soon scarpered off and started poking around that heap of rubble. You'd better see what he's up to. Yippee. Okay, I think this is a bunch of different motifs of dungeon. Maybe. Yeah, it is. It's like a medley of motifs. That's really cool. This one is Ampador? Maybe? Only I could remember things. Weeping City. I was close, kind of. It was also a city that was sad. God damn it. there you are. I've got something crystalline to show you. Ah, just as I thought. Because you laid eyes on the crystal, I was able to tap into my wealth of learning on the topic. The sealed knowledge business is awfully frustrating, I must say. What I handed you is a soul shard from the 5th astral era. 5. This part is about the number 5, did you notice? Contained within is a phantasmal record of arcane arts and combat disciplines, pioneered by the 12 city-states of old. Hey wait, there were also 12 legendary weapons in Final Fantasy V, now that I think about it. Fascinating. I'm sure the methods you modern combatants employ are far more refined than those of my day. Nonetheless, you might benefit from learning the old ways of waging war. Under normal circumstances, I'd find myself a soul shard and fight alongside you, but I can't access what's inside. Thwarted again by the seal that diminutive little scalawag spoke of. Given that you are summoned here especially, I dare say you'll have no trouble using it. However, go on, try affixing it to your garb. Try eating the rock, Sucro. I imagine someone telling Sucro to affix something to her garb and her response being to, like, pin it onto her horn. Now that she has a horn, she just, like, stabs the horn through it and leaves it there. The Soul Shard gives you access to 3 phantom jobs, Knight, Monk, and Bard. These supplementary jobs can each be selected via the Phantom Job window. Selecting a Phantom Job enables the use of job-specific actions, which are displayed on the Phantom Action panel from which they may be selected. They can be registered to the hotbar. You're currently a freelancer, which doesn't do anything yet, probably. Select your chosen Phantom Job and proceed. Here's a bunny. Speak with the Expedition Advisor, or Jeff, to learn more. Okay. Cute. That's the Final Fantasy V menu noise. And they have a little animation. Good. It didn't make a FF5 sound. You may select up to 5. Okay. Okay. So... I guess either of these works since I don't have any to cycle through at the moment. Fair enough. I think the widget will be fine. Probably. I need a target for that. Is there a striking dummy in here or something? It does not appear to be the case. Oh wait, no, there is. There's one. I got a kick. I did it. I assume I unlock more of these as I go on. And you can swap which thing is which here. Okay. Oh, and this is just a barrier. Seems very helpful to have as a DPS, probably. And I can learn what the other things are. You can rearrange them? Maybe? I see, I see. Many things to consider. I also... Is this one Psalm All? This song? Am I just getting every one of these wrong? The locks? Yeah, I am getting all of them wrong. God, my memory is so bad. Anyway, I don't know. Night seems good. I'll worry about that later on my own time, probably. And then there's more speaking to do. Excellent, it would seem you've managed to interface with the soul shard. There's one caveat. I believe it will only work within the confines of the island's ward. Nonetheless, as you accumulate more knowledge, you'll soon be able to draw on more potent techniques. What's more, I don't think that's the only soul shard on the island. I'm positive you'll acquire others on your travels. The more you possess, the greater the array of ancient techniques you will have at your fingertips. Well, I shan't keep you from your excursions any longer, though you'd better speak to that imposing lass over there before you depart. These walls have seen better days, but they're solid enough. As long as we secure the entrances, the camp will be safe while you're out roaming the Isle. Roaming's all well and good, but we'll need a firm plan of action if we're to make any headway. Before you leave, let's consider our approach. Nod. Seems to me the more we learn about this island, the further we get from unraveling its secrets. There's the voice only you can hear, the isle-wide ward, the seal on the archive's knowledge, the fairy familiar and her master. Not to mention that finding a settlement on such a remote island is passing strange to begin with. But before we get to satisfying our curiosity, we have a more pressing concern to address. Questioning head tilt. Safety. The crew are peerless, yourself included, but I've seen negligence and lack of preparation lay low the finest explorers. Which is why I intend to thoroughly appraise the threats lurking beyond these walls. As our resident freelancer extraordinaire, or knight now I guess, I want you to fell 3 different species of fiend. Share your findings from each encounter. At the very least, it'll be an opportunity to test that crystal of yours. Provide me with any information you gather. The more you see and share, the more we chip away at that blasted seal. Alright, and now seems to be the part where I'm home free to do whatever I want for the most part. Probably. Okay. So that's where we'll end our occult expedition for now, and then I'll mess around off camera potentially, and I'll return with more story progress in the Occult Crescent. And speaking of story progress, I guess that means it's about time to start the 7.3 main story questline. Or rather, it will be in a moment. It's time. Welcome back to me, I guess. Ah, I'm highlighting the popcorn, and I didn't even know it. So, last time on the main story, I don't remember what happened. It's been a while, so... Last time 7.2 happened, there will be a recap. Alright. I can teleport. I remembered a fundamental mechanic of the video game. The journal? But I hate reading. That's not true. She would do that. That's 100% canonical Sucro behavior. I'm realizing also that there is a button down here to hide the chat log window. So like theoretically one wouldn't need to have a chat covering image. But it's humorously easy to reconjure the window accidentally. Like if I just press the select button, it comes back. Technically, I could also just have it in the correct channel of the chat and you won't see anything relevant anyway. But I guess the chat covers like a tradition at this point. Heading to the back room? Yep. Hey everyone, what the hell was happening last time I was here? Probably bad things. If you have a moment, Sucro, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking in the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Nod. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. I'll have to get a handle on voicing all of these characters again, too. First things first, then. Let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons. But if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the storm surge as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrope technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, exploring treatments for Levin's sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calix's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calix's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from their reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. That's bad. If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's heading and put him down. Where he's hiding and put him down. Which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal when we found the depths... Bleh. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. Nod. While Galulja and Shale are working on that, I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Leave it to me. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Lance Guard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolo. Alfino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Sucro's group if you'll have me. Smile, nod. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best to not be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calix. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Good luck with the patrol and take your time. We can do without Geode until you're done with the old sot. Sorry. Just when I think I've internalized better matters, talking with Geode brings back the old bad habits. I wish I could grow up faster. There'll be so much more I can do when I'm bigger like you. Still a kid, despite it all. Just waiting for this freaking guy to be involved in the relics somehow. It'd be really funny if he just wasn't. This guy just exists to be another Geralt for one joke. Gimme cat. Alright, gang. I'll do my utmost to ensure the happiness of Alexandria and its people. The city looks as though it's regained a sense of normalcy. Alas, the people will not soon forget recent events. Could be the next expansion. That would be funny too. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you okay? That's true too. We haven't seen other Sids. Me? Well, I'm well enough given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death. And so they were for the longest time. Then the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It's only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. Ah, that makes sense, Plutia. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that convinced me that you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. Battle Sphere unlocked. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Sucro and I will take the east. Battle Sphere unlocked asterisk, you don't get to see her do anything yet. Very well, we shall end our patrol in the plaza just past True View and await you there. I forgot Sveen pivots to book. Well, pivots from nothing to book. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that'll earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. Finally got my hands on a neo-regulator and then came this close to crashing into a hover cargo. The day I become endless can't come soon enough. I only hope I live that long. Are the sentries and air wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Sveen said so. But how to get one? Maybe I can convince someone who's unsure to give me theirs. What do you think about this square, Geode? Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning. Or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I'm still wearing a regulator back then. It's also the day I first met Shale, though I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. I doubt that. Guessing you'd have preferred to go with Sphene and Cryo, but I'm afraid you're stuck with me. I grow on people, though, I promise. Hey, you seem alright, Geode. Geode, how do you feel about your name being so non-specific in terms of, like, gems and jewels and whatnot? Like, Shale's a specific type of rock. Sphene's a specific type of gem. You're like a structure. You're like a category of thing. It's like if someone was named Tory Boulder or something. What do you think about this, Geode? I don't know if he's given it much thought. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you have not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend, when there's only a few slots left, it's gonna get very ugly. We'll be seeing fights over neo-regulators in the very near future. Should you get one, I suggest you register right away. Speleo them. I'm afraid I don't know what that is. An opportunity to learn, I suppose. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air wheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant. Until it happened. Sucro, a word? Feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard, one we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. All of these are pretty important. That people are still afraid that fights are likely to break out or that the victim wasn't wearing one. But I feel like with what we know, this last one is particularly important. Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going on without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Used to forget people after they died. No memories, no grief. I'm not sure if we'd be better off if that was still the case. I'm glad it marks Carbuncle on the map for me, so I always know where Carbuncle is. Hold on, I forgot about this awesome dinosaur. Look at this freaking guy. Alright. Back to the task at hand. What do you think about this square of ground? It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jump for joy when I brought them packages, the old lady who always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. I'll get back to you eventually. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured 87 individuals. Casualties 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators 0. Please remain calm. I am under orders to ensure the safety of our citizens. In the unlikely event of another mass malfunction, I will act to subdue any affected machines. But you are the machines. Hello, unsettled sanitation worker. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to cleaning away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Sucro, I think it's time we rejoined Kryl and Sphene. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kryl say to meet them in the plaza just outside Trueview? Let's get going. Oof. Was all of this graffiti always here? Yeah, I guess I just didn't see all of it before. Hello, how are you two doing? We finished our patrol as well. Did it not seem that more people wanted neo-regulators than before? So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by the malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Nod. Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone! The way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. I like how with this particular ring on Sucro's hand, when she does poses like this, it almost looks like a form of stimming by like touching it to her lips, or maybe like chewing on the end of it even. It's good, I think. What was that white dust they found? Right, the sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies? Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Erenville from the sentries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachite told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. Nod. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. My immediate thought is that, well, I guess if these are people that had never worn regulators, my immediate thought is not the case, which is like, my first thought was wondering if people who were like reconstituted from an extra soul were like structurally different in some way that made them dissolve. I think people would have noticed this before, though. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation of the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. There's probably stuff I'm forgetting about because it's been a while. Nod. Phone call. Howdy. Sucro, we need your help! I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? On my way. Damn it, our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go! They're even fighting each other. Well, that's not good. Okay, this is kind of cool in a scary way.
Leave him alone.
Understandable.
Are you all right?
And yeah, voice acting for Geode. That seems new, I think.
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed.
Unfortunately, they know how to
It was ordered
punch.
to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Oh no. Of course them.
Go to them.
Oh dear. Hell yeah. Oh, never mind.
Wyaquay!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape.
Jeez.
Mother,
Ah, jeez.
please.
Of course they would go for this gut punch.
Isadora. Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
Okay, she was only struck in the gut a little bit.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Is this the part where people realize that, yeah. Hey, wait a fucking minute. Turns out just a hood isn't the best disguise you could have.
Thank you, miss.
Maybe. Or maybe it's just a passing similarity. It's fine. Oh, hey, this song again. Oh yeah, it is a very
Sleep like that
dagger type of
forever.
disguise now that you mention it.
No, not forever. She'll wake soon. I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
The Promise of Tomorrow! Ooh. That's the patch title. I forgot they did name drop title cards now. This music again. And a nice new decoration for their house. I feel like I've been on the verge of sneezing for the past 15 minutes, by the way. I've looked at all this stuff before, I'm sure. She should recover in due course. I'm glad we arrived when we did. When I was sick and couldn't move, my mother was always at my side.
Ahoo.
Ahoo. True. True. Always keeping me company, and I'm gonna do the same for her. Thank you for cutting Calico. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending to my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I am sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. Anytime they hand out random food as a quest reward, I still feel like someone is like literally just randomly handing Tucro? Tucro? Who's this? Who's that imposter? Randomly handing Sucro just tacos or whatever, or money, I guess. I have caramel popcorn. I don't need any other food. And once again, I must ask, do you think they'll invent the technology of not having the quest complete sound happen by the next expansion? I'm still trying not to sneeze. Oh, comrade, you think he may have been struck down? If he's wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please, it isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? Zuko does deserve chili dog and mac and cheese, I think. We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. For a second, I thought that guy's title was Radical Resident. Why? Why is this happening? That man, this is awful. Isadora is going to be all right then. I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other. Then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. And now it's lying dead on the floor doing a Dark Souls well, what is it kind of pose. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayakwe sent word. I'm sorry, but by the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Nod. Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though. At least until we regain control over the sentries. Oh. The ominous Dawn Trail motif? I think this is new to this patch. I'm not certain. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Nod. Thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayakwe has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Group nod. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Things get pretty urgent pretty quick in this patch, huh? Leave matters here to us. We'll see to our fallen comrade and make sure no one else comes to harm. I hope you find Geode soon. I know he's probably saving people with one hand and fighting off threats with the other, but I can't help but worry. I thank your Milala friend for me. I would still be a helpless mess if not for her encouragement. Water makes a bit of a weird noise here. I didn't even notice. Please, Geode, please be safe. Yeah, you see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. Let's search around the apartments first. No sign of Geode. Bayekwe's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode! Geode, answer me! There's no response. Continue your search further to the east. She is looking. No sign. Neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look. Meanwhile,
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join...
oh. The corpse vaporizing beam has been located. Oh. Well, that's not good.
That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims.
Oh yeah, the burn.
Must have modified the soul cells.
Oh no. I forgot the lore of the burn.
Shit.
Oh. Why do you have such a long reload time on your gun? Okay, awesome. Geode is awesome.
You can't be here. You need to run now.
Hey, was an evil trick? Oh, he was an evil trick.
A trap.
Well, that's not good. They're walking pretty slow. You could probably get out of there.
Take care of the others, eh?
Geode, no. This is solvable. Okay, they can go pretty quick suddenly, I guess. I guess they would have been able to grab him, maybe.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
Oh. Well... They really leaned into the horror parts of all this time, huh?
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Ah, you are motherfucker. I see.
Alex.
I forgot he had a theme song.
What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Well, ether, I guess.
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years.
The part of this where it's such a mundane ass reason to be melting people into dust is what really sells Calyx as a villain more in this moment to me. Like, he's not dusting people as some sort of extra grand plan or like some elaborate scheme. He just needs the fuel. That's kind of fucked. And like, of course it's such a mundane reason, honestly.
Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
Quite a lot of difference, but not to someone with your brain, I suppose.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest?
You're gonna trolley problem me? You're gonna do the trolley problem? No, I'm gonna kick your ass.
It was foolish of me to even ask.
Yeah, it was.
I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
To reiterate, I am really into how they're leaning into like the horror of this guy and like his controlling the robots and stuff. Like, not only do we have the robots jittering in the background from the control, but the specific unit he is controlling is completely still. and emotionless as he talks through it. It's really good, actually. We're gonna have to kill this guy. Why would you just leave the fuel canister on the ground, though? Probably also a trap to kill me. Or just like a message. There's a number of possible reasons. None of them good for me. Sad music time. I can't. There are no words. Okay, they don't have footstep sounds for the dust. Sorry for disrespecting you, Geode. I had to investigate. Ah, was it? Alright. This pile of dust, these ashes, the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection's stolen ether allowed for many more Endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is naught noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Sucro. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere. Nod. Determined. I will hold on to Geode's gun. You could take the soul cell, please. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wayakwe to meet us there as well. Things are bad, gang. Sucro would not just say that. Sucro would be more respectful than that. Things aren't good. That's for sure.
Our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
Don't blame yourself, man.
This isn't your fault, Golulja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
Everyone stop blaming yourselves, jeez. I get it, but jeez.
Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now.
Yeah. Understandable.
We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Damn. We gotta kill this guy. Hey, all of the other Final Fantasy XIV characters that are here, what do you think of all this? I assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We are all here with you. I've spoken with Wuklamat. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this latest violence. We've made a swift patrol of the other levels, and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks. All to harvest more ether, it seems. I'm told that the members tasked with keeping residents safe returned with the body of their comrade. They all risk so much. I got back control of the sentries, probably around the same time Calyx left. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. What do you think, Gnolt? Anything? They brought back Geode's gun. Its rounds were spent and his barrel was scorched. You can be sure he went down fighting. Surprised you actually had something to say. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was... He was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer, though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened with Kafkiwa. Do you think you could check on her, see how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Anything I can do? You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Kafkiwa used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So, I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Nod. Right then. Let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. Something about Graha Tia just being like in the background of these shots, not contributing at all to them, is kind of funny to me. Like, Y'shtola was there too in the aftermath to speak to. But like, Graha was specifically in the shots of the cutscene just standing there. Just in case we need a healer for the upcoming dungeon or a tank or whatever, and because he can do all of them. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air wheelers. They've had their communications modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylons, so follow my lead. Just in case you haven't spent 7 million gil yet, you get to see what it's like to ride one of these bikes. These air wheelers are Gnault's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. Feels like this is a difficult place to lighten your mood in, honestly, with the atmosphere of it. You know, with the umbral static. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. But this is what they've got. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. Maybe you get used to it. And yeah, I guess so. It's normal for them. We'd often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Maybe umbral static does feel good, I don't know. I think it's really the ominous music of the area that makes me feel like this is not a mood lightening experience. But Shale probably doesn't hear that. You know, probably. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. The air wheeler's playing it, maybe. Could be. A mood lightning ha 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 ha. Wow. That's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Sucro, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. I feel like that gun noise is really loud, by the way. Audio balance is difficult. Anyway. The memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. It'd be really funny if this was accidentally just Calyx's base and we just found him in there like eating chips or whatever. Wait, there's a dungeon entrance over here. Or there's a gatekeeper thing over here. Oh wait, that's their old hideout, never mind. That's not what a dungeon entrance looks like. I forgot. But imagine if Calyx was just here, like eating barbecue ruffles or whatever. He doesn't eat, but he'd be doing it performatively. He'd be like sitting there with his mouth closed, shoving the chip against his face, and it would just later like crumple against it. And then all of the crumbs would fall down, completely blank expression. He's trying, I think. Ugh, just our luck. Well, anyway. I love you too, Isa. I didn't even get my opener done. Dang it. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while. Shall we? Thank you for petting Calico. She deserves it. Guess we haven't been here in a while.
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
I will in spirit. I don't drink.
Oh,
Everyone is respectful of the option to make your character not drink alcohol these days.
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Nod.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. And had recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
That's pretty good.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in.
Wild recruitment strategy, Kafkiwa.
What lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin.
Guess it worked, though.
But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
I guess so, yeah.
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents. Those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided.
Sucro, help. Yippee.
Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore.
Feels like a bit of a quick turnaround, but you know, the story has to keep going, I guess.
Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
I also do really appreciate that we get to see and learn more about Oblivion and the people in it. Even if one of them does die. Just as he starts to be like, by the way, did you want to know more about my character? Whoops. Yeah. I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief. You've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized. Which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. I don't want any of this. Darkness swirling in the heart. Uh-oh, I've heard about this. Time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. Actually, it was doubt swirling in the heart when I heard about it. It's different. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Kryl for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Sucro?
The doubt is swirling.
I hope not. Did Calico develop an accent? She said swirlin', like with an apostrophe, even though you said you typed it like with a G at the end. Sucro, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you've finished attending to Shale, of course. Seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on, I have others to speak with before I return to the back room.
Swirling. Swirling. S.
Huh? Oh, right, the character limit. Right, the character limit probably cut off the G as well. That's the power of Quip. Only 20 characters at once. I'm still fine-tuning the, like, per person and per stream limits of all of the redeems, but having both of them will prevent one person from using all charges of one redeem at the very least. But also having limits may discourage people from using them at all? I am unsure. The Swiling Swirlin' S. This is always going to be once per person per stream, though. Uh-oh.
Watch out when the wind stands still.
Be careful. The wind. Sucro, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Hey, the music is pretty ominous again, huh? Perhaps it's my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. It's nothing so obvious as loud wailing or acts of violence, but, well, it would be best if you saw it for yourself. Well, we're off to a promising start with the label Neo-Regulator Equipped Resident. You're not wearing a regulator? Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of these Neo-Regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. I hope you come to your senses and get your hands on a Neo-Regulator, friend. Trembling resident. Oh, please tell me you brought more Neo-Regulators. Officially, they have all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some. Or perhaps Queen Sphene. I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. I can't go on like this. Yeah, I agree, Boaster. Oh yeah, by the way, they gave the Chocobos animations for when you pet them and stuff recently. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that thematically relevant and whatnot for what's happening right now? Anyway. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen Sphene. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I, personally, was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. I must pray. Yeah? You gotta pray, huh? Normal. I know that one. That's normal. I've seen a normal or two in my time. So, what do you think? Was I right to worry? Tensions are running high, or their fear is palpable. Yeah, they're very afraid. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear.
Was Sphene right to worry?
Better not tell you now.
Callie, I feel like every time the 8 ball has come up, you've just not answered the question. And with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into a full-blown panic? I'm getting a phone call about a full-blown panic occurring right now. Sucro!
Wait, is that true?
Outlook, not so good.
Can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamachi and Alphino. Well, things are going bad. Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, the PowerPoint presentation is ongoing. We have to stop it.
Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion.
Great PSA. Good start.
Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn.
I have anxieties about this sometimes. I get it.
Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you.
Sometimes it takes longer.
Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail.
I also have anxieties about this. Great. Thanks.
Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
Great.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
You did say that earlier. Calyx, more like callous, am I right?
It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step.
Neo-regulator equipped citizen.
But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, you couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us?
Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do?
Hit Calyx with a book? That might help.
I am not their queen.
We gotta find him first, but like, dude's very punchable, I think. There might be like a giant evil boss in front of him or something. But I think we can punch that too. We're pretty good at punching stuff, everyone. I think it'll be fine.
First those deadly malfunctions, and now a citywide announcement. He spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 Endless. Perhaps more than necessary, even. We had the hopefuls who descended in Lamachi dispersed for now. We could see tempers in the crowd were starting to fray. This latest wave of attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calyx, and soon. My apologies. The sign is not responding to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. Fucking TV that I hate. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in time. Kryl told me everything that happened while we were away. Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklamat, please let them shelter in Tuliolo. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and will be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we'd best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. You can't elude us forever. Nod. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. You give so much of yourselves to aid those in need. I must endeavor to find my own small way to help. Wuklamat prepares to give you tacos. Eventually. Tuliolo will gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. What of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Rook Lamont. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sveen. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue. And you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. Don't forget about me. I'm here too. I'm a cat. How could we? We'd not be where we are now without you. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? Don't forget about me, the third wheel in this, in this relationship that might be budding at the moment. I've seen people ship this on social media before, after all. You know. Anyway. There you all are! Golulja! Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alize and the others said you were here. Good news, Sucro. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029, it's called. And it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you all for your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up! We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities, and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. There's already a dungeon attached to this lift. That's the one I did last time, but you know, still. They wouldn't attach two dungeons to one lift, would they? It'd be pretty funny though. This is the elevator hall. Yes, it is. Surely not. Unless. Shale made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. It's sounds like Galulja played a big part in this breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him to a fine feast once this is all over. Preservation laboratories. I shudder to think at what they were researching, but this is no time to be squeamish. An institute on preservation scale would have had many such facilities in the city, yet I cannot help but wonder if this is the one where my parents worked. Hey, why do you need a big axe as a lift attendant? Ready to head on up? Next stop, the 10th level. Yeah, that makes sense. The elevator spiders. Classic of elevators. Sure is a lobby.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Good thing there's a very lit up computer terminal.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
It's so bright I can barely see.
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Shale, go to bed. You're a treasure, Shale, or sounds like you need one of Gnault's energy tonics. Thanks for your help.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
Yeah, going line by line through all of that code sounds hellish. I mean, you could control F maybe, but like, I don't know.
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
We gotta kill this guy. You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researcher's Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So, we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but... unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you know, work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. Oops. What did you say? Oh wait, maybe I didn't skip a line? And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. I didn't skip a line. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. Shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings! They don't usually do highlighted text in this game. That's unusual. You begin searching Containment Complex 1029.
Personal belongings.
True. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrade should you find yourself unable to proceed. What is this gameplay twist? Puzzle. Few documents sit in an untidy stack atop the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. The weakest people in the world got so mad. Terminal screen displays an index page of an employee manual. Personnel protocols. For security reasons, Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within the designated workrooms, the Researchers' Commons, the Proto-Lab, or the Deutero-Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas to which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, preservation retains the ownership and the rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. Research objectives. Access denied. Log in with your personal account. Leadership personnel. Complex Director, Demetrius. Protolab Chief, Eos4. Deuterolab Chief, redacted. I see. No luck so far. This bin had nothing in it at all. Perhaps the researchers kept their personal belongings at their workstations. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. I'll wait for a second. Let's check around first. Was this really a preservation laboratory? I thought there'd be something more, I don't know, special about it. These shelves are almost entirely bare, but I'll examine the files to be certain. You scan the bin's interior hoping to find some card-shaped rubbish, but it appears to be empty. Nothing in there then. I'm not even sure where people keep their personal belongings in this day and age. Thanks for stopping by. See you later. Sucro will continue being a cat. A few indecipherable notes remain pinned to this notice board, but nothing that resembles a security card. Small shelving unit holds some office supplies and little else of note. Rifling. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrode surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. Scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the panel. It's open! You did it, Sucro! And a good thing, too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious, though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a Director Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door to the Director's office is across the central hub. Nod. I have to assume that we haven't hit the puzzles yet, because there wasn't a puzzle there. Okay, just checking if I could log in with my clearance. Looks like every room can be accessed from this hub. This must be the door to the Director's office. Go on, try the card. Not a single soul here besides us. Another locked door. We could try the same card again, but... Going by the room labels on that map, we haven't entered any of the actual labs yet. Obviously this won't work. No good? Maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the proto-lab. That door is already open, at least. We will find a way through together, Shale, I'm sure of it. Puzzle. Puzzle. Puzzling. I don't even know what the puzzles are yet. I cannot yet conceive of why people may have gotten mad at this part. Whoops. See if we can find out. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calyx are close, and I'm itching to get my hands at them, or on them. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of Experiment 158 showed a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last we've achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number, along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number? Maybe we will need the number 158. So when this patch first released, did they have things highlighted in text, or is that a later addition in response to complaints? They did have things highlighted? I'm getting the feeling that there aren't puzzles here, despite the claim. It appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. So basically, people got mad that they had to read in the game about reading the story, is what I'm learning. I see. So it's less about the puzzles and more about they had to read anything. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. A sycophant. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. I see. Our Milala colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I've been assigned to assist with a research project in the Deutero Lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. Okay. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting inference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Okay. Experiment 158. Maximum value of 11509. Recorded. Comparative study to be included in the reports. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a result of 9834. Decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on. This machine feeds into a soul cell. Ugh, I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? Ah, but we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galulja mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. The locker door is shut tight, but the numbered pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will open it. You've gleaned some numerical data during your investigation. Attempt to enter the combination? Select the number keys on the pad to input a combination. Enter up to 5 digits, then press the confirm key. Well, we have one 5-digit number. I typed it wrong. Immediately. Hooray. The locker pops open. Inside, you discover a level 2 security card. Sucro, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Sucro. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I imagine they'd be more... what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot! The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Deutero lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way. Which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. This is the same data tablet I already read, I believe. They pointed at another one? Or was that actually just the same one? I think they were just pointing out this one in case I didn't read it yet. But what's over here? Nothing. Calyx hasn't bothered to show his face yet. I see. Maybe he hasn't noticed us, or maybe he's just watching and waiting. What else do they have in this place? If I read that map right, it must be a lot smaller than the Ueyoata facility. The scanner awaits. Hold the security card up to the panel and it should unlock the door. If there were others besides my parents who left preservation, where might they be now? It seems not everyone who joined preservation became endless right away. There must have been some research that required physical bodies. This one's blue. Yippee. Yes, it opened. So where should we go first? The Deutero lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. Shouldn't the security card open this door as easily as the last one? What is it, Gulja? How strange, the door's not lit up like the others. What does the sign say? Shale, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, not at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Deutero lab, shall we? Puzzle. Oh good, the terminal is lit up. That means we have power in this room. Those are some big flashy floor tiles. I wonder what they're for. There are lines on the floor, I see. So this room was for managing power supply and utilities. I hope they kept security cards in here as well. Beepity boop bop. Sound of puzzle. Engaging power supply. No good, it's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels.
Chill? That's the emergency generator over there, isn't it?
Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found.
But how does it send power to the other lab?
Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall, directly to the Deutero lab. Which means we need to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panels set into each of the tiles, we can create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed, if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator?
I can do it. I've used that type of machine before.
Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Sucro? The rest of us can help by supplying Sucro with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. Okay, there is some kind of puzzle, I guess.
This reminds me of a...
This reminds me of counting to the number 20. Sucro, take a look at this diagram. There's a note in the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. Okay. These symbols must represent the room we're in. If that square in the top left is Shale's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that Gulurja is working on. It's hard to make out the rest. Assuming these are our 4 tile patterns, the bottom right is a square, and the top right is half a circle? Fortune. Oh dear, fortunes aren't going well for anyone today.
Welcome. Entrance to heck.
She means hell.
No.
I guess Vi got back from space. Hello, Vi. That's something to get you started, at least.
The generator doesn't seem to need any fancy settings.
Oh no, good luck with your fish catching.
As long as it's running and the circuit is fixed, we should have a power supply ready to go.
I was able to glimpse a part of a warning sign behind the containers. From what I could make out, it said, "Caution, circuit will not function with duplicate patterns." I suppose that means only one of each circuitry pattern can be set at the same time? Okay. You must arrange the 4 tile patterns in the correct positions, access the control panels, and configure the circuitry. Okay. Yippee! You've connected all the circuits. Inform your comrades that you didn't need to complain online. So this is the one people got mad at. Okay. I see. It worked! We did it, Sucro. They will not survive the winter. Bad news about the upcoming expansion for those people, then. The Deutero Lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. Yeah, this is easier than some of the fight patterns. This game is already about puzzles, really, if you think about it. Such heartfelt music for Sucro arranged the shapes. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the Early Days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Beepity beep bop boop bop. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I thought that said text-based adventure for a second, which would have been very funny. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. Yeah, this is... Well, I don't know a great deal about Savage raid mechanics. This definitely seems like a not very intense puzzle for this game, compared to a lot of fight mechanics in general. I feel like this is probably the case yet again of very small amounts of people being angry on the internet are very loud and not anywhere close to being the majority opinion ever. Never ever. I met him only once before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Alex could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. This part's universally liked and a step in the right direction from anyone you've ever talked to. Yeah, it seems good to me. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both of my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into? Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs, that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? Determined. If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. Had his own body not been fated to fail him so young, would Calix have pursued his endless project with such fervor? Everything we read in this place sings Calix's praises. The people who worked here must have truly idolized him. That Alexandria survived the war was in no small part thanks to the defensive measures developed by preservation. In that regard, I shall always be grateful. Yes, the door has power now. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Right, I'll get this door open. By the way, here's some soup. Or a coin. Smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, is that... Well then. Is that good? The key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Sucro has? We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Milala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? Sounds like it's just the device they made to control the crystal, then. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calix can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Y'shtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calix's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons. That means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. Why were they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? Clearly it was a marketing effort to fund their development. Like, check out our new awesome goblet. You know, mass producing them. This lone storage crate is filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. The sturdy-looking shelving unit holds a storage crate and sealed barrels, no sign of any security cards. Maybe someone left a card on a shelf somewhere. I keep holding out hope that I'll find some evidence of my parents here, despite knowing there is none. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shale examine it to be sure. Sometimes this controller double taps the A button by mistake. I'll search through these drawers. One of us is bound to find something. I'm sure of it. Well, well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, Sucro. Oh, a level 3! That should get us into the director's office. So what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all the surveillance traffic. Then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. Nod. That said, he's done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Sucro's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? Much thinking. Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. Nod. I'll start the show, then. Mildly concerning.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different. In too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness, threatening to cut my life short. No singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Yeah, I saw that coming. I suppose that's a way to crudely delete something. Oh, I thought you were just gonna shoot the camera. I don't think that would have benefited. I suppose that wouldn't have deleted the footage. She only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I am not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... Well, they didn't regret what they did. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Kryl. Worry not, Sven. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Nod. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office! Unfortunately, I don't think at the pace we're going to make it to a dungeon or a trial today. Because I have decided that I think I will probably only stream... Now hold on, let me finish my sentences. I've decided I will only stream like a max of 4 hours at a time, so that I still have time to like do other things and cool down and all that. And we're sitting at 3:43 right now. So, you know, dungeon would take longer than that. Hearing Kryl talk about her parents reminded me of how much I miss Namika. I guess I'll never really get over it. That man in the recording was Director Demetrius, then this must be his office. My earlier investigations put the data relay just past this door. Let's get it open, shall we? I don't expect to find any information on my parents in this next room either, and that's something I can be proud of. Was Calyx the one who gave orders to execute defectors? The more we learn about him, the less I understand. Well, I mean, the dungeon could be like right here, but I don't think we would have time to do it necessarily. There we go. Let's head inside. Now to find that data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Sucro, come with me. I might have need of that security card. No dungeon in here. This is a report on reducing people to ether and how much energy can be harnessed per individual. Oh, my apologies. I was thinking about the key. Something odd, something odd. This Director Demetrius was very particular about how he decorated his office. We've got incense and vases and some kind of gem display. One of them is missing. Blue, red, and missing. The juice? Maybe. Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Oh, well, the missing jewel is obviously the thing that opens the secret door, or whatever then. Sorry, Sucro. Could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Well, see, the game is telling you that the puzzle is infuriating. Maybe they can read after all. Just kidding. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. Tablet. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Daily reports. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. The exploding trees are in Earthbound, that's a different RPG. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. The part of my brain that's like, okay, gotta look for numbers, is now reading like, okay, 13, 4, but they're not highlighted in red text, so, you know. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Well, there you go, Kryl. Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept Malala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Jesus, alright. Shutdown protocols. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Yeah, that's the missing gem. Oh, it didn't let me check the locker. Oh well. That's for a new game plus. What about tasty beverage? Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. That's the most dramatic description of a coffee maker that's ever been written. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto-Lab, the Deutero-Lab, and the Director's office. Is it going to be the other 3 numbers that I wrote down earlier? I'm going to write this down anyway. Perhaps this discovery would be of interest to Shale. I love the vague device that is sitting here, or like object, whatever that is. The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the Director. They appear to be empty. I'm going to assume that whatever this object on the shelf is, it's like an accessory for the PlayStation 9. This is like the iToy 2 or something. That's just the vibe for some reason. This one on the middle shelf in this column. I don't know why it reminded me of the PlayStation iToy. I don't even remember what that looks like. It didn't really look that similar to this, actually. It looks more like a regular camera. Well, anyway. Have you found something? Oh, should I? Your stream froze. I have dropped no frames. I believe this is your internet, if you can hear me. Okay. I thought you were prompting me to show you what the iToy looked like. Oh, I was talking about the iToy. I was saying that the PlayStation iToy looks like a regular camera, kind of. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Sealed? By Electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kafkiwa used to say, Shale? Never trust an Electrope surface. I'm always saying this. Electrope isn't always what it appears to be. Oh, of course. Electrope is how you alter the look of all Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door! I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the Proto Lab. And I'll take the Deutero Lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I will take Deutero Lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Sucro, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal, and I'll stand by to guide Wuklamat and Cryo through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there. The one with the gems? I thought since it was made of electrope, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Well. Lock. You know, I don't know what I was expecting. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Actually, let me take another look at that. Good, the dramatic sting accompanies the locker door opening. And there really is like nothing in there aside from some regular binders. Alright, solve my puzzles, Sucro. 2 jewels are embedded in the electrode plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red gem as a garnet. There also appears to be another slot for another jewel to fill. Indeed. I should take a closer look at these reports. One of them might have hints to the passwords. I kept searching the drawers with the books and found a cube puzzle made of electrope. It's probably just a toy, but maybe. Sure, solve the puzzle. You got it. It could have a gemerald inside of it. See, if I move this bit, then connect this circuit to that one. There! Huh? There was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past, they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one, just in case. Keep calm, and everything will be fine. Both of you are quick studies. Boop. The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. This is a floor plan. I recognize the shape. As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you were looking for. This slot contains a sapphire. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the protolab. I'm gonna go ahead and write these down as well. This slot contains an Alexandrite. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the director's office. Not that I need to write these things down probably, but like just in case. I forgot that Alexandria was for those. Darn it. And scrawled phrase. The glowing words appear to be handwritten. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones? This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Okay. Scene cannot be skipped. I was just trying to back out. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. Symbolism of Alexandrite. While I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection, it is, incidentally, also the origin of Alexandria's name. Uh-huh. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? A sapphire and a garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. Protecting your devotion, you say? I know that song. Oops, hold on. So, protection. I don't need to write all this down, probably. I don't trust my short-term memory. Sapphire, honesty, Alexandrite, protection. I also can't spell. And garnet, devotion. We should try those words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. You've gathered enough information. Carbuncle, get off the desk. We're all set to go here. Wuklamat and Kryl just waiting on their passwords. Let's start with Wuklamat in the Proto Lab. What word should she enter? Honesty. And the password for Kryl in the Deutero Lab. Devotion. And lastly, what will we input for the director's office? Protection. Right, we have all three passwords ready. Now to enter them into the system at the same time. It'd be really funny if they made you time this, like in Final Fantasy VII. Everyone loves to enter a password. Yes! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wuklamat and Kryl rejoin us. We did it thanks to you, and a little bit thanks to me, I hope? Great work, Sucro. Leave it to you to divine passwords from an ornamental display. Well, Sphene did a lot of it. Speaking of gemstone symbiology, for Alexandrians, Sphene holds the meaning of eternal light. When my parents named me, it was their wish I became an unwavering beacon of hope for our people. To think on it now, I have ever shared that destiny with my other self. What Carbuncle is doing with Sphene right now, like poking out between her legs, is something that corgis will do if you stand next to them sometimes in reality. I just thought you all should know that. Speaking of, I had but mentioned a corgi and Lewis started to bark in the distance. Well, that went well. Excellent clue finding, Sucro. Good timing, Louis. All right, everyone. Time to board the lift and see what awaits us. Aware. True. Computer. This is an excessive amount of monitors.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but This is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
Computer.
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Computer. In a world formed of data. Some kind of recoded situation, maybe.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Sucro go in computer?
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
Sucro been in
so
computer.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
That's why the dungeon's called that.
But
okay.
how?
I knew the dungeon was called
I thought
that.
we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphne's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been.
Yeah.
Find me by tracing security data. That will not be necessary.
This freaking guy.
Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless.
Pretty straightforward.
Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part.
Okay, honestly, the fact that his response to that was, well, I fucked up actually, is pretty good. And he wasn't like, it was all part of my grand plan. I don't know why he would make that noise. But no, he actually just made a mistake. Fair enough, I guess.
As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories
That's pretty good.
one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment,
Yeah, that's
she
true.
wielded an authority greater than mine.
You have to be whimsical to make a weird noise and then go, why did I do that immediately?
Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me?
Hell yeah. He looks so done with everything, and that's because he is. He's a fun villain, I think.
Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx.
Time for violence.
Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
I'm with you. Oh.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Hell yeah. That was an interesting little, like, world building and reading and puzzle solving segment, I suppose. Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed. While I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Nod. And let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. They are right that it's an investigation for another day, because I think that's about time to call it for right now. We will get back to this next time. So thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XIV, and Sucro is going to take them literally and go take a dang nap. I hope it was enjoyable to watch me go through the stream, or to go through this part of the story. And I hope to not be too long before I continue. Next time, I imagine we'll probably fit in the dungeon and the trial. Hopefully. And, yeah. Something I was a little worried about is whether or not, like, my perspective on this, playing this game, would, like, add anything to it. But, like, I guess it probably does. So yeah, thank you all for watching. Next time, probably more of this. I think I'm prioritizing getting Sucro caught up, and then we'll get back to some of the Pokemon things I left off in the middle of. But for right now, I'm gonna eat dinner. Good night, everyone.